by the President on the 29th January 2026 allegedly list my name as a member whose conduct justifies immediate investigation. Specifically, I deny that I have aided or abated any criminal activity or failed to act on credible intelligence or internal warnings, or benefited financially or politically from any criminal syndicate. I did not. I've dedicated my career to the South African Police Service, and I've acted with integrity. I'm being prejudiced by allegations that are vague and not yet tested.
You can proceed to deal with your conclusion.
As I conclude on this matter, Advocate, I deny any wrongdoing whatsoever in this regard. I'm willing to cooperate with the Commission's legitimate inquiries to the extent that such cooperation does not infringe upon my rights to a fair process and my right against self-incrimination. I request that the Commission make a finding that there is no basis for the allegation made against me, and that the subs immediately withdraw my suspensions proceedings against me, because I'm not the criminal that the media suggests.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, we're going to move to your supplementary statement. Commissioners, during the tea adjournment, we agreed that there is quite a bit of repetition in the supplementary. So what we're going to try to do is I'm going to direct Brigadier to the relevant paragraphs that are new for him to deal with those. And to the extent that there may have been a paragraph that I skipped that he wishes to place on record, he can do so. And then just to place it on record that during the process of preparing for his testimony, we did agree that a supplementary affidavit to be filed. So that's the first part of the supplementary statement. So, Brigadier, I propose that we start at section B. And just to say that in sum, you've noted in the statement that you wish to deal with 4 points. That's the second visit to Mr. Molefe that happened in February 2025. You want to deal with the White House. You want to deal with a proper procedure for handling dockets within SAPS and the instruction received from the Provincial Commissioner, as well as the Ford Raptor that was driven by your sister, Ms. Nyangule. So 12.3 being handling of dockets will only deal with specific parts of it because you've covered most of it in your main statement. So if you can start with paragraph 14 at page 21 of your supplementary statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. Advocate, you said page 31?
No, page 21.
21.
Where you deal with your second visit to Groenpoint.
Thank you, Commissioners. I deal with each of these issues in detail below. My second visit to Groenpoint prison, which took place during February. My main statement recorded my first visit to Groenpoint Correctional Center on 9 December 2024. I failed to mention a second visit that took place in or about February 2025. I acknowledge that this was an omission. I wish to explain why it occurred, although I've explained it in my introductory paragraphs at the beginning. The pressure that I was subjected to. The summons and the evidence presented to the Commission focused exclusively on the visit during December.
Paragraph 15, unless you want to read it into the record, just explains why you hadn't mentioned the second visit. The commissioners have read that. Unless you want to place it on record, I would suggest that you start at paragraph 17, where you deal with the actual visit.
Oh, Thank you very much, Advocate. I've got no problem. On paragraph 17, I took annual leave during December 2024 and I traveled for a holiday. I returned home in the second week of January 2025. After my return, I was on sick leave for a period due to physical pains and stress that I was enduring. In February 2025, while I was still on leave, my sister Fundiswa Nyangule, who I explained as the wife of Mr. Katiso Mlife in the main statement, contacted me. She informed me that she was coming to Gauteng to visit her husband in prison. She told me that her own vehicle had mechanical problems and it was not available. She asked if I could fetch her from the airport because she was coming from Devon, where she is residing. And I agreed and I went to the airport and picked her up. We drove together to Groenpunt prison, and on arrival, we followed the normal procedures of identifying ourselves at the gate, and we produced our identity card, which is our ID card, and then the prison officials, they gave us a register to sign, and we were permitted to get in and see Katiso.
Brigadier, just before you move too far from this, at paragraph 20, you mentioned that Ms. Nyangule was coming to Gauteng. Do you have a sense of when did she move to Durban? Because in your first statement, you talked about how she was first residing with you and your wife, and then she moved in with your wife's brother at the time. But there isn't an indication then when she moved.
I don't have that information as to when did she move to Devon with the husband.
Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, thank you very much.
You were at paragraph 23.
Thank you very much, Advocate. I was not given any preferential treatment. I waited my turn. I complied with the security checks. I wish to state clearly and unequivocally that I followed the procedures like any other person. I did not visit Katiso to interfere with any investigation. I did not use my rank to gain improper access. I was there primarily to drive my sister, who was the lawful visitor. Once I was told that I could see Katiso, I did so as a family member, not as a police officer. Should I continue?
Yes, you can.
The next paragraph will be talking to the White House, its nature and complete denial of a corrupt association. I have become aware through the media reports and through the evidence presented to this commission that a place called the White House, located in Northcliffe, which has been described as a hub for corrupt activities involving senior SAPS officials, politicians, and organized crime figures. I wish to inform the commission that I've been to the White House on several occasions. I'm not denying that. The White House is a private property that was used from time to time for social gatherings by colleagues from the South SAPS. Beg your pardon, commissioners.
Brigadier, just before you moved, just for the record, the White House, is that the Northcliffe Hotel?
Correct, Advocate.
All right, thank you.
The gatherings at the White House were ordinarily arranged by colleagues or our colleague, Major General Richard Shibiru, who appeared before this commission. Commissioners, to the best of my knowledge, the purpose of these social gatherings was very innocent and was very lawful, according to me. It was ordinarily to bring camaraderie, which is a friendship and a close relationship, to foster those working relationships and to distress after work with officers from different units and who are within the organization. Of course, we will from time to time be having some of the civilians in the likes of the owner of the boutique hotel after being introduced to us as the owner. That is to the best of my knowledge, and the gatherings were not secret at all.
Sorry, Brigadier. So are you saying that generally the only civilian would have been the owner in your knowledge?
Yeah, it will be advocated the owner and the partner to the owner who was preparing us drinks and food, and perhaps the other guys that are working in that particular institution, but we were not sitting with them where we were sitting.
So for the purpose of the socialization and socializing and the talking, it was mainly police officers.
Correct, Advocate.
And you say they were arranged by General Shibiri. Was it him who was doing the general inviting, or any one of you could invite any police officer you wanted?
Can I ask Advocate to repeat that question?
At paragraph 25.3, you indicated that the gatherings were ordinarily arranged by your colleague, General Shibiri. And then in the next paragraph, you talk about how it was used to build camaraderie and foster closer working relationships. So my question was related to invitees, how police officers would get invited. Was it General Shibiri who would be doing the inviting, or any and all the police officers there could invite anyone as they pleased? Well, any police officer.
Thanks, Advocate. I will not know who are doing the invites to the attendees, but all I know is that General Shiviri was the one who was inviting me and General Mtombeni, because in all times, when I have to go there, I will have to speak to General Shiviri to say we can come, because he was the one who was arranging, and he's the one who introduced us to the owner. So as for the others, I've never known how they got invited and by who.
Thank you, Brigadier. You were dealing with paragraph 25.5.
Thank you, Advocate. The gatherings were not secret, as I've alluded. Many officers attended and we held general discussions. There was no discussion of ongoing criminal investigation in a manner that could compromise the administration of justice, at least not in my presence, if there were any. I'm aware that the White House is suggested to be a place where corruption occurs. I'm also aware that the investigating officer, Witness B, may have attended some of these social gatherings, because I got it, I started getting to know it from this commission when General Shibiri was testifying, and when the Witness B was also testifying. I have served as an investigating officer commissioners, like I've alluded earlier on in my testimony, for 26 years.
My apologies, Brigadier, this is my fault. So for this section, paragraphs 27 and 28, you have already dealt with, unless there's something there that you want to emphasize. What's new is at paragraph 28.4, where you deal with system changes because of a complaint.
Thank you, Advocate. In paragraph 28.4, I was explaining that the investigating officer signed for the docket, as I've alluded earlier on in the system, confirming physical receipt of that particular docket. From that moment, the IO becomes the sole custodian and the possessor of that particular docket, meaning he or she is in full control of that particular docket. The docket is under the IO's exclusive control and responsibility. And if it happens that the complainant is unhappy with the progress of the investigation, they may lodge a complaint. The complaint registered with the complaint will then be registered with the commander at the CSC, and then the complaint file will then be booked to a commissioned officer to investigate the complaint against the police. And the commander may call the IO to our account and may escalate the matter to higher levels if necessary. Complaints can escalate to the district commissioner, can be escalated to the district commissioners, the provincial commissioners, even to the minister of the police, and not withstanding any other person who is in a commanding position, such as the premiers and associates. If a complaint comes from a higher level, such as the premier or the minister, the provincial commissioner may issue a lawful instruction to district commissioners to take certain steps, including requesting those dockets for review or reassignment. The government of Gauteng raised concerns about certain criminal investigations, including the Armand Swart murder case. A complaint was lodged with the South African Police Service Provincial Commissioner, General Mtombeni. General Mtombeni decided to instruct district commissioners, including me as acting district commissioner for Sedibeng, to collect all dockets and that had J50 warrants of arrest and to deliver them to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detective Service, which is Major General Mbuso Kumar, for oversight and review.
Brigadier, thank you. In this section, you have already taken the commission through the fact that the instruction was not limited and who you approached in executing the instruction. So unless there's something in paragraphs 28.7 until 28.11 that you want to emphasize, I'd propose for us to move to section E of your statement.
Thank you very much, Advocate.
Brigadier, can I just understand the sequence? So the incident happens, and on the day, as I've understood your discussion with Ms. Bowe, what happens is the officers that had attended from your jurisdiction that had attended the scene would have been the one that went to the CSC that had gone there, and a docket gets created. At which point after that, and when I say point, I mean in terms of dates, so that I understand the sequence, at which point does that docket get transferred to organized crime?
Commissioner, there is no stipulated period. However, when the scene is processed.
No, sorry, maybe I'm explaining my question. I'm asking specifically in this case. So we know the incident happens on a date in April 17th. And then so CSC would have a docket. Someone goes to CSC and a docket gets opened on that day. But on the facts of this case, we know that at some point, the docket is transferred to organized crime. So I'm asking for a date when that happened.
Thank you, Commissioner. It happened the same day.
It was transferred to organized crime the same day.
Yes. Actually, Commissioner, perhaps I should answer you like this. I authorized it on the very same day, but I cannot confirm whether the capturing on the system was done the same day. It could have done the following day or time after, but the authority that the docket could be transferred to the provincial office organized crime was given the same day.
When the docket is transferred to organized crime, it's the physical docket. It means that physical docket is now with somebody else, and that somebody else is organized crime. Is that what it means?
Definitely, Commissioner.
Okay. So if that is so, when the provincial commissioner gives an instruction that causes you to have to get all the dockets, does it mean you now get the docket back from organized crime for purposes of complying with this instruction?
Perfectly so, Commissioner. Wherever the docket is, because of the fact that you remain actually accountable for the movement of the docket. Now, me being allow me to call it the custodian of
The owner of the docket.
the owner of the docket.
Yes.
The provincial commissioner will not know that this docket is at the organized crime. What he sees is in the system that it is registered under Vereeniging, which is in Sedibeng district. Now, this docket registered in Sedibeng, he will give orders to the Sedibeng district commissioner to get him the docket.
Okay.
That is why I was saying earlier on, Commissioner, when I was speaking to witness B, that if the docket is at the DPP, it is not a problem, as long as you can give a report in writing that the docket is at the DPP, and the report, we are going to send it with other dockets to the provincial commission,
Okay.
that the docket is not readily available. So we will be accounting as to where the docket is. If it answers your question, Commissioner.
So it remained a Sedibeng docket, even though it is with organized crime. Is that?
100%, Commissioner, by virtue of it having the serial number that I spoke about, which is called the CAS number, it won't change that it was registered in Vereeniging. That is why it remained in Sedibeng.
Thank you. Thanks,
The language we have heard very often in this commission, Brigadier, is the station of origin. So where the docket was originally opened, that remains throughout the life of the docket. And the station of origin in this case was Vereeniging.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you are my assistant in that regard. Thanks.
Thanks, Brigadier. If you can then go to paragraph 29.
Thank you, Advocate. Paragraph 29 talks to the Ford Raptor vehicle registered in my name. The evidence before the commission includes an allegation that a Ford Raptor vehicle registered in my name was driven by Katiso's girlfriend, Fundiso, outside the Vereeniging Magistrate Court on the 5th of March, 2025. I confirm that this allegation is true. The Ford Raptor vehicle was indeed my private vehicle that was driven by Fundiso on the day. And I purchased this particular vehicle lawfully for my eldest daughter, who was paying for it through me, since I'm the registered owner of this particular vehicle. I was not driving the vehicle on the 5th of March. I was not present at the court either in Vereeniging on that day. I borrowed this particular vehicle to Fundiswa, who is my sister. As I've explained in detail in my main statement, and that in this supplementary statement, I confirm that I treat Fundisa like my baby sister. So I will always assist her when she needs an assistance. I allowed Fundisa to use this vehicle. She came to Gauteng to visit her husband in prison. She explained to me that she suspected people following her, and she was afraid to use her car because it's known. And I decided to give her the Ford Raptor vehicle because in any way, it has been sitting in the garage for quite some time without it being utilized. Should I continue, Advocate?
Just to make sure, so in February when she came, you accompanied her because then she had problems with her car. And then in March when she was going for this visit, her reason for approaching you for assistance was because she was being followed.
100% Advocate.
Thank you, Brigadier. Then the last section is the allegations that Mr. Molefe denied knowing you.
Thank you, Advocate. On paragraph 30, I alluded to the fact that the Commission has evidence from the prison head, Mr. Nkoli, that on 10 December 2024, the day after my first visit in Groenpend, he interviewed Mr. Molefe and asked him whether he was related to me or not. According to Mr. Nkoli, Mr. Molefe said he was not my brother-in-law and did not know me as a relative. I beg your pardon. Commissioners, I cannot explain why Mr. Molefe will say he did not know me. I was not there when he was communicating with Mr. Nkoli. And I was not present. I don't know how they spoke. And I wouldn't really testify saying that Mr. Molefe denied knowing me. I disclosed openly to the prison officials on the 9th of December who am I, and I disclosed it in my main statement. And commissioners, I had clothes that has to be given to Katiso and the food. And the prison officials went to give Katiso the clothes, and he accepted it. And if he did not know me, according to my own perspective, why would he accept clothes coming from a person that you don't know? So I wouldn't know why he said he didn't know me.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, that completes your two statements. Is there anything else that you want to place on record?
Not much, commissioners, except to say that I feel very embarrassed to be associated with criminals, but not as a fault of anyone else but myself. And I'm putting it to the community that I'm accountable for, in accordance with the constitution of this country, that I'm not a criminal. I don't associate with cartels and the so-called cartels. I don't. And I'm a police officer who served in the South African Police Service for 39 years almost. And I want to retain and leave the service ceremonially so. in the next few months to come. I'm a proud police officer up until this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Can he just complete that part? Sorry to do this, Brigadier. You say in the next few months. When is your retirement date?
Commissioner, at the end of July, I'll be on pension.
End of July this year.
Yes,
So 2 months, 3 months,
yes, Commissioner.
you'll be turning 62. Why?
I'll be reaching the retirement age, Commissioner.
You are not a lady, Brigadier. You don't have to worry about those things. Unless this goes back to that boys' discussion, you don't want them to know how old you are. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, okay, Commissioner.
Brigadier, if we can go back to your first statement,
Is this
My
the
apologies.
beginning of the probing?
yes, Chair.
Yeah, all right. Just to alert the brigadier.
Oh,
Thank you, Commissioner.
yes, Chair. I learned from Chief Evidence Leader that we disclose when people must be wary of the questions. Although I don't think the Brigadier need to be wary of me. Brigadier, if we can go to your relationship with Ms. Nyangule, and just, I have a few questions to better understand how close you were. Now, earlier you testified that she was married to your wife's late brother, and that in the year 2000, your you refer to him as Sazi. His surname is
Kuboni.
Kuboni.
Yes, advocate.
So Mr. Kuboni passes away in 2000, in the year 2000. And you then say that 2 days later, Ms. Nyangule's mother also passes away. Is this at this point where Ms. Nyangule's family had all unfortunately passed away, or were there other family members around this time?
During the passing of Sazi and the mother of Fundiswa, there were still siblings of Fundiswa. To my collection, I think there were 2 who were still alive. 2 or 3, I can't remember very well.
And do you recall when those siblings passed away?
No.
All right. And then on your wife's side, your, should I say, estranged wife's side, because you indicated that it was a separation.
Yes.
Did you indicated that your wife had an older brother? Were there other siblings?
Yeah, there were other siblings who were the younger brother. Actually, there is a younger sister of my wife and a younger brother of my wife who was younger than Sazi.
And then in terms of the timeline that we've gone through, you say then that in 2001, the mourning period came to an end, and by 2005, Ms. Nyangule had started to see or had met Mr. Molefe.
I apologize, Advocate, to ask you to repeat that statement.
No worries. I'm trying to build a timeline of events. So you indicated that a year after your brother-in-law's passing, after the 1 year, so that would have been in 2001, that's when the mourning period came to an end. Thereafter, you said that in 2005, Ms. Nyangule then meets Mr. Molefe.
Advocate, I wouldn't know when did Fundiswa meet this Katiso. But what I know is that during 2005, Fundiswa came to us to come and tell us that I was still with my wife, I remember, that she met a guy. This guy wanted to marry her. And we sit down and interviewed her. That was in 2005.
And,
But as to when did they meet, I don't know.
all right, and when you say you interviewed her trying to understand who she was going to marry, what information did you ascertain from that process?
Commissioners, what I could remember, amongst others, is that we came to a question of her having to tell her the background of this particular guy that he has met. Do you know this particular person enough? He said yes. And it came to a time where she told us that this guy is a married man. Then that's when I get to differ with her on her intentions to marry this guy because of his marriage status.
And so your disapproval was registered much earlier than when the customary marriage happens, which is in 2022.
Correct, Advocate.
Okay, so then in 2022, you noted that the customary marriage happens. Now, how is your relationship between Fundiswa and yourself affected by the split with your wife, which you say happens in 2014?
Our relationship with Fundiswa, it was, let me say, in the absence of perhaps a suitable word, it was dented in that we did not finish the meeting with me on that day because I abandoned the meeting on the basis that we were not agreeing in terms, and I abandoned the meeting with the sole intention of convincing my wife, who was trying to say, yeah, but be reasonable, man. And what I said, no, Mina, don't go with that, not unless I'm convinced otherwise. But yeah, let me leave you with, and then we'll talk.
Are you referring to 2005 now?
Yes,
I think, Ms. Boy, aren't you asking about 2014 onwards?
Yes.
Yes.
I apologize. Perhaps I missed the point.
Yes, so what I'm trying to understand, okay, so in 2005, you have this meeting, you leave on a bad note because you are of the view that it's not a good idea to marry somebody who's married. During that, between 2005 and 2021, in 2014, you separate from your wife.
Yes.
So I'm asking, given that the last time, at least that you mentioned, there was this meeting, it ended on a bad note. What happens in the intervening period is that you separate from your wife. What happens of your relationship with Ms. Nyangule at that stage?
Yeah, we're no longer having a solid relationship. However, the relationship was still there because we were talking over the phones, and she would call and check, and the wife will tell me that Fundisa called or Fundisa visited. And sometimes I'll come home and find that Fundisa is there visiting, and she's sitting there. And then when I come out, we see one another. And it's like, but it was never like before.
Perhaps I'm not clear. So are you now describing your relationship post 2025, but pre 2014? That she used to come around and you'd find her talking to your wife would also tell you Fundisa was here. So it was strained, but there was still a relationship.
Yeah, pre 2014,
Yes.
post 2005.
Yes.
Yes, but post 2014,
Yes.
we were just talking over the phone with the Fundiswa. I never actually met her.
And do you recall what the frequency of those calls were?
It was not. I can tell that it was not many. It was maybe not even 4 times, but I cannot recall exactly. But I don't remember me talking to her perhaps more than 3 times over the phone. But we were talking
3 or 4 times over that entire period.
over that entire period.
Thank you.
Commission
So this was until 2021.
until 2021.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then in 2021, you were told about the customary marriage.
Yes.
And at this time, had you warmed up to the idea of the marriage?
No.
And so were you testified that you were part of the negotiations though?
Yes.
So now how does that come about?
For the negotiations that I think the brigadier said he participated in, Mr. Powe, was SAZI's.
Oh, my apologies.
These, he had washed his hands and was quite mad about what was happening. Am I correct?
apologies.
Brigadier?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So then let's extend that period. So between 2021 and 2024, when Ms. Nyangule then calls you for that to ask for a meeting, would the number of calls still be about 3 or 4?
No, obviously it's adding to those costs. Yeah.
So, so you've already told us that in that 7-year period, you had 3 or 4 calls. In the additional 3 years, can you give a guesstimate?
I really can't remember that.
But you wouldn't say it was a lot. It sounds like,
Or there could not have been any at all.
yeah.
Between 2021 to 2024, I don't remember. I don't remember any.
You don't remember any?
Yeah.
So what you remember is that from 2014 to 2020, no, I want to go beyond, to 2024.
24, yes.
All that you remember is 3 to 4 calls. That's all you remember.
That's
Yes,
what I think it
Yes.
could have happened.
Can we be more specific? Since what you say was the customary marriage between Mr. Molefe and Ms. Fundiswa Nyangule. So from the date of the customary marriage until this meeting in Alberton in 2024, had you spoken to her at all? So just cover the date from the customary marriage until when she wanted you to meet in June 2024. During that period, did you speak to her at all?
I'm trying to jog my memory, commissioners.
Maybe I'll tell you why I'm asking this, because I had understood you to be saying you were angry, you were upset that she was marrying somebody who was already married and you wanted nothing to do with that. So I'm assuming because of that I'll call it disappointment. I won't say anger. That disappointment, there was no communication between you and her after that.
Correct, Commissioner, but as I'm trying to jog back my memory, I think, because I remember knowing that, I remember having been told that Fundiswa is married to that guy that he was talking about. And she's staying in Debe. So that could mean that, although I don't have a good recollection, but that could mean that I might have spoken there, but I did not hear. What I could remember is that I did not hear from her that she was married to that guy.
And so it would be fair to describe your relationship then as strained. It doesn't sound like you had much of a relationship after 2005, or at least from 2014 till 2024 when she asked for a meeting.
Advocate, I will say it is not. Between 2014 and 2024, much as I don't remember how many calls we had, I remember that there was a moment when she was being chased around when she was in Gauteng, which is what I thought that's what prompted her to move to Durban, because there were people chasing her around for what we did not know, because at some stage she was there was a house robbery, and I was called, and she moved from Meadowlands to Rodiport at some time, and then she moved from Rodiport to Four Ways. And during that time, I was on the case of trying to assist in protecting her. So, but it was after 2005.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Brigadier, maybe just to...
Oh, just before that, who called you? You said you were called. Who called you?
Yeah, there are a family member who is very, very close to Fundiswa. Is also the sister to my wife. So she will call and say, so Fundiswa, this and this and this, because they know we were very, very close and with Fundiswa. So,
All right. No. I just wanted to know who called you.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's,
all right.
it's the family member, the sister to my wife.
Brigadier, I accept that between 2025 and 2014, you had a relationship, and this incident you're describing happens in that window, correct?
Ms. Boer, you keep saying 2025. I think you meant 2005. That's why
My
he
apologies.
keeps getting confused.
2005, my apologies, Brigadier, and 2014, I accept that. My interest or in finding a way to describe the relationship is more between 2014 and 2024, because you have testified that you only recall about 3 or 4 calls. How would you then describe that kind of relationship?
Yeah, Advocate, like I was saying, I'm trying to jog back my memory. I'm not sure of the calls that we made, but as I'm saying also, I'm remembering as we were talking that there was also this case, and I remember It was between that 2014 and 2005 that she went to Rodiport police station also and to report a case. And when she was there, she phoned me to tell me what is happening. And then I went there. So most probably it will be more than those period. I mean, those calls numbers that I've mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Brigadier. And then with that, those few calls that happen in between 2014 and 2024, you then get a call saying she's requesting to meet, correct?
Correct.
And for this meeting, she comes from Durban.
Correct, advocate.
At that stage, she had moved to Durban.
Correct, advocate.
And her coming to Joburg is specifically to meet you.
Correct, advocate.
And then during this, she asks you about assistance in relation to her family estate, her deceased family estate. So at this point, does that include now her siblings, or was this in relation to her mother?
Also including the siblings, because she said, I remember when we were talking about not wanting to narrate too much and disclose certain hidden things. Talk about the estate of the brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you say that in this meeting, she then had a conversation with you about meeting Mr. Molefe.
Correct, advocate.
Now, when this happens, you hadn't met Mr. Molefe at all. And in fact, on your version, you had only heard about him in 2005. What did you think about this request to meet him?
I asked her, why does your husband want to meet me? He says, it is not good that you guys, you don't know one another, yet me, I communicate with you now and there. And now my husband is more than willing to meet you. And I want, me as Funis, I want you to meet my husband.
Brigadier, just to make sure, in your earlier statement, you said that, was it her husband that wanted to meet you? Right? And then she, of course, had her own independent desire for you to meet him.
Yes. So both of them, they wanted to meet me according to my understanding, because she said, it is not right for you not knowing my husband. Now, my husband proposed to meet you, and I also want you to meet my husband.
Now, did you find it at all strange that this request was coming in 2024, when they got married in 2021, and you started knowing of him and his intention to marry in 2005?
Of course, advocate, I find it strange.
And did you convey those feelings of finding it strange?
To her?
Yes.
Yes, of course. As we were discussing, I asked politely that Siswam Agongjet, why ukatiso afuna ukuzohlangana nami, and you know ukuthi ngakutshela ukuthi ukatiso angimfuni because he's a married man. Is he no longer married now? What? No. They are. He's divorcing with his wife. So he will come and confirm it to you. So he's no longer a married a man. So I said, oh, okay, it's fine.
Okay, so because he was no longer married, is that what made you willing to meet, or you were willing to meet irrespective?
It loosened my feeling about the man.
Okay. Now, at this stage, outside of what you know of him, which is he's a businessman and he was married, did you know anything else about Mr. Molefe?
No,
And had you checked on Mr. Molefe, who
No.
he is, or asked anyone about him?
no,
All right.
not at that stage.
Okay. And so you then proceed to the meeting with Mr. Molefe, and you've already testified that Ms. Nyangule and your nephew didn't stay long
On the
on
meeting with
the
Katish.
meeting with Katish.
Yes, Advocate.
All right. So the two of you, you say, talked on very general terms, you say,
Correct, Advocate.
including that he told you about his various business interests and the security sector.
Correct, Advocate.
And then you say you told him about your approaching retirement. Was this a frank discussion about you potentially joining him?
Perhaps can you narrate on the frank discussion?
Was it an offer? You were saying, I'm retiring. He says, I have interest in security. And in fact, you said, this is just beyond your statement, that he had a tender. I think you said Machabeng.
Correct, Advocate.
And that tender needed security.
Correct, Advocate.
And so he was offering, or at least requesting, that when you retire, you would come and work with him.
Correct, Advocate. Let me tell you that as we were discussing, after all the discussions, when he come to this point, I finally thought, oh, this is why he wanted to come and see me. Because he told me about this tender there, and that it's a multi-billion tender, and I'm needing 3 security companies to be in this particular area. And as you say, you are nearing to retirement. I think it can assist you in your retirement if you choose to. Then I said, no, you're coming up with something good I'm interested in. And we can start working on the issues on my period of nearing retirement.
Okay, so you are saying that then felt like this was the crux of why he wanted to meet you.
Exactly, because
Okay.
all this time I was still so casual.
KG or
Yeah, KG.
because when you say casual, but you're
I'm sorry. You know, so says
okay. So you were still apprehensive and KG. You were not
exactly. I was still
open yet.
KG as to exactly why did he want to come and meet me, because he was just telling me, introducing himself, telling me his upbringings, going to school, and he's a businessman and so forth. He grew up playing this and that, and telling me like he's giving me his CV.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
But still, I was not convinced, but little bit convinced to think that maybe he is trying to qualify that he is a good man for my sister. Because he even told me that he is in the process of a divorce without me asking him. Then I thought, oh, okay, Fundisa told him that this is what I said.
Yeah.
So in a way, I was starting to be convinced that I was starting to give him a benefit of doubt.
Okay. All right, and so he tells you about this opportunity. You agree that, okay, it's something that's good and something to consider. And then I guess you're concluding, you say, he then asks you a question about this bail application. How does it come about? Does it come about as abrupt as you describe it?
Correct, advocate. We were sitting now, finishing our meal and drinks, and it was now some time that we've been talking. So after concluding this issue of the security business and the likes, and I'm now open now. Now I'm starting to like the man.
Okay.
Yeah, I must be honest. I'm starting to like the man and open up now. I saw, this is a good idea. You know, to know our pants, but you know, I've got an experience where I can run security, and I'll start registering security company, and I think I'll be pensioning towards the right direction because I had my plans, but this one I think it supersedes my plans.
Okay.
So
So it wasn't
as we finish.
just a casual, you were in it with what he was saying and about the.
Yeah, about the
the
business,
security, yes.
we talked in depth.
Uh-huh.
We talked in depth.
So this in-depth conversation about the opportunity starts to die down as you're finishing your meals. How does this then come up about the friend who's been arrested?
Yeah, as we were about to finish, and I'm saying, hey, so thanks very much, man. But time is running out here. He even said, no, don't worry, Swar. We'll ask for a bill, and then I'll foot the bill, and then we'll go. Then, as the waiter came, and then he told him that, I know, prepare for us the bill. Now, this latter topic now comes.
Yes.
He says, hey, Swan, una di tatanyana ulinteng mona kupang untuse ka bona, ne? Ke eng Swan? And then Atoma Utalisa started explaining as I've alluded
Sorry, Brigadier, you speak English well. Can you please say all of that in English for the record?
I apologize, Commissioner.
No need to apologize at all. It's our languages, but this is purely for the record.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So he started telling me that the one of the friends that he grew up with, that he was telling me about, has.
Sorry, Brigadier. So just to note what you had said in vernac, you started with, he asked you for help and said, "Ish, brother-in-law, there's a problem that I have."
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then
Kinalibutata, there's a problem that I have.
Yeah. One of those friends that I was talking about earlier on is arrested, and IA is arrested by you, and is seeking bail, and I said, wait, my brother. That's when I started, I stopped him on his tracks to tell me the details. Before he even tell me who this friend is, then I started changing to say, I don't discuss work cases. So, and I not even discuss work with my wife. Yeah.
now, when he says one of the friends,
The latter part is difficult to believe. We always hear about pillow talk, and I would assume that most people do engage in pillow talk, so involving even matters of work. So I'm surprised to hear that you did not discuss your work with your wife in what I refer to as pillow talk. But anyway, that's besides the point and it's not important.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Brigadier, so when he says one of the friends I was talking about, given that you described the conversation about his upbringing and friends in general terms, did you know what friend he was talking about?
No, I didn't.
Did he say the friend who was a police officer, or were there any identifying adjectives or descriptions that he was giving, or he just said a friend that I spoke about?
He just said a friend,
Okay.
my friend, and then I started saying, oh, as long as the thing that prompted me to stop him is when he says, this particular friend of mine was arrested by you in Vereniging. Then I said, I don't discuss my cases, not even with my wife. So let's if you want me and you to have a sound relationship, so let's not talk about my my work, because if we start talking about my work now, I'm doing something that I'll lose my work. I don't talk about my work. Let's respect one another for that.
And when he said, oh, my
If I
apologies.
may, sorry, Ms. Brigadier, you, earlier on, you said, a few sentences back, you said, he said that the friend that I was talking about earlier, you remember saying that?
Yeah, Commissioner, maybe if I may clarify, maybe I put it out of context. He earlier on told me that his upbringing with friends. So amongst those friends, there is a friend of him who was arrested in my area by me.
I see, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And then when he says arrested by you, did you think he meant that physically, literally, or figuratively, as in arrested in your area?
I did not analyze that at that moment. I just decided to stop him on his tracks.
Okay. And what was his response to you saying, I don't talk about work issues, or let's not go there, let's respect each other, you said?
Yeah, he said, Swara, I'm sorry if I'm stepping on a wrong footing, but I didn't mean to risk your job. And I said, no, Swara, there's no problem. There's no breaking of any relationship. I'm just telling you my policy.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Are you leaving this part?
Not quite, but
Okay.
and now when he says to you, when you say to him, no work-related cases, why does he say he didn't mean to put your job at risk? Is that something you said in response to him?
Yes.
That,
Yes.
yeah, what exactly did you say? Sorry. Or what do you recall saying?
In response.
Yes, because you say that when he apologized, he says, I didn't mean to put your job at risk.
I said, Swar, there's no breaking of a relationship by saying that. I didn't mean to say when I cannot help you, say breaking of a relationship. Like, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I have to interpret this in Venek because we were speaking in Venek, if I may. I said, this thing, ya hore ke sa batle ho bolela ka mosebetsi wa ka, especially ka di-case tsa mosebetsi wa ka, I senye relationship ya ka le wena. Mara, please, it's off the limits. Let us not go there, so meaning it does. I mean, it does not break any relationship for me to tell him that my work is off limits. So, and we can continue with any other thing, but not my work.
And in relation to this topic, did you get a sense that this was also part of the reason why he wanted to talk to you?
Exactly, advocate. As I moved on after we've parted ways, you know, you'll be doing the recollections. It came to cross my mind that now, I think even this thing of the business, he was just trying to entice me so that when we come to the issue of the friendship, he's offering me, and I will perhaps also do him a favor. That crossed my mind.
So now, when this crossed your mind, this is now after the fact.
Yes.
All right.
Brigadier, it would seem in the way that you describe how things escalated to this discussion now, you started by saying, in fact, what happened first, there was a general discussion, and you happened to mention in that general discussion about your approaching retirement. So that part, it's you've just met and you're trying to know each other. It sounds like in that part. And then now you discuss the serious matter of him raising the issue about his friend. It seems from this account that in fact that was the purpose of him meeting with you. Considering also that you haven't had much dealings with Fundiswa since she got married to him or after your divorce. You haven't had any dealings. You are meeting this man for the very first time. On the face of it, it looks like Fundiswa called you out of the blue to say, I would like you to meet my husband. And the main thing or the most serious discussion out of it is about his friend. On the face of it, it looks like that was really the purpose of Fundiswa asking you to meet with him. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Should I comment, Commissioner?
Okay, you may.
I agree.
Thank you.
And at that point, let's adjourn and resume at 2:05.
if we can pull out CJC 184. Brigadier, so that's in tab 4. It's the very first document, and that's the statement of Sergeant Suguru. Just so that you can be able to look at it alongside your own statement, I'm just going to ask that you take it out of the file. It will make it easier to navigate between the two documents.
Okay. Ready.
Advocate Poor, I hope the names that need to be redacted are redacted so that they are not mentioned.
Yes, in the morning we undertook that exercise with the brigadier. Brigadier, maybe let me just make sure at annexure or CJC 184 there, please, wherever you see the name of witness B, just mark it if you haven't already crossed that out.
Thank you.
Are you,
Advocate. I think we
are
already
you
did.
saying there was an exercise to actually write B and so on instead of the actual names?
We did that for the statements at the start of the day. I'm just trying to ascertain that we've also done it for the statement. Alternatively, if you can just use.
Let's just take a 2 or so minute adjournment just to make sure.
No, I was going to suggest,
We
because we
don't-
have given him 2 bundles, one where it is redacted. So I'm just going to ask him to have regard to the redacted bundle. Brigadier, can you confirm that you have the redacted statement?
I confirm, Advocate.
Oh, thank you. So you say a few days after your meeting with Mr. Molefe, you then attend a Stockfell where you had other police officers. Is it a police Stockfell or is it just a social with other civilians?
It is not a police Stockfell, commissioners. However, the members of that Stockfell is mainly police officers. And of course, there will be 2 or 3 other civilians, but in majority, we will be sitting in places where, or should I say, me myself, I'll be sitting with, surrounded by the police members.
All right. And at paragraph 29, you just deal briefly with your relationship with Sergeant Suguru. And you say that you've been good friends since 2017. Would you have met around the time that you were stationed in Attridgeville?
Before Attridgeville, commissioners, because I went in Attridgeville in 2018.
Okay. And at the time, were you his supervisor or anything, or it was just a casual meeting when you meet him?
It was just a casual.
And has he ever worked under you?
No, commissioners.
So you've only ever known him as an officer in a different unit.
Correct, commissioners.
But in terms of rank structure, you're more senior.
Correct, Advocate.
And then you say that you discuss both professional and personal matters. In the professional sense, is it just as you would to vent your frustration if you have a friend in the force, or does this mean even investigative work?
Commissioners, we will at times engage on professional work where, remember, I made mention that in 1996 to 97, I worked in the organized crime. And Sergeant Suguru and other colleagues are working in that environment. And from time to time, they will be talking about projects. And project is in the form of tracing wanted suspects. Then when they are looking for suspect within my vicinity, they will always come and consult with me, and then we will assist one another and apprehend those suspects. So we will engage on professional level.
In the example you just gave, it as one where Sergeant Suguru is working as a suspect in your area. Does it ever happen that you would require some assistance from him?
Yes, of course. I will require assistance from him.
Can you give an example of in what sense?
We will be engaging from time to time to say, look, in my station, like I was in Atteridgeville, we were at sometimes looking for these organized crime syndicates. And those were the taxi related. Now, I will check with them to say, don't you have leads towards these people that we are looking for? And we will share information if they have and if they don't have.
And in your relationship, do you ask him for favors?
No,
Okay.
but perhaps, I'm sorry, Advocate. Maybe if you can, or perhaps with my understanding, because if I'm asking him to check information on the suspects that we are looking for, or I send them, there is this suspect in this particular place, now you are working in and around those areas, please see if you can't arrest this particular suspect. I should think those are favors.
Oh, so you would term that as a favor.
Yes.
And in that instance, is that a request or is that a command coming from a senior officer?
It all depends at what circumstances are we talking. For an example, if I'll be phoning from my work office and request that kind of favor that I've elaborated on, it will be a request because it's not serving under my direct supervision. And they can only take instructions from the direct lineage command. And if I have to give an instruction, which I'm privy to that, I will do it in writing and communicating with his or their commanders. But if I talk to him personally or talk to other colleagues personally, verbally or telephonically, it will be an informal one, which is a request.
Okay. And you have, as you've said, asked for informal requests from him.
Yes.
And then let's get back to the stock file. You mentioned in your statement that it was Sergeant Suguru and the others. Do you remember who the others are, the other members?
Yes, Advocate.
And do you have a problem giving us the names of those others?
I don't have a problem myself. However, you know, when you start mentioning Madlanga Commission, no one will want his name to be mentioned because people got the fear of being implicated.
y- I think, Brigadier, it depends on the context within which you mention them. In this instance, they are just parties to a conversation. But I'm happy for you to provide us with the names offline, if that would assist.
Advocate, although I'm not comfortable mentioning their name, really, I had a situation with one of my commanders for just mentioning it, like in this similar situation to say, this colleague of mine told me this, and it was not something bad. It was work related, and then up to this today, advocate, we are not in talking terms. By virtue of me mentioning just his name to say this particular matter was dealt with by him. But I don't have a problem to mention it, to mention the names in camera.
What we have done in the past, Brigadier, is to have witnesses. In fact, it would be the witnesses who offer. We have never asked for it. The witnesses would offer to write the names down, and the names would be viewed by the evidence leaders and their legal representatives, and they would then be brought to us, and we would keep those names. But there's something Commissioner Baloyi wants to raise.
I just wanted clarification from Ms. Bowe, where you speak about the others. Is it the others at the Stockfell or the others who came to Commissioner Nkwashu's jurisdiction to escort suspects?
It is the others that were party to this conversation because Brigadier Nkwashu mentioned in his testimony earlier that when he was mentioning this suspect that was escorted, this conversation was had in the presence of Sergeant Suguru and others. Unless I misunderstood you, Brigadier.
No, you're quite correct, Advocate.
Well, I was going to suggest that to the extent that the others include people who had come to your jurisdiction to escort suspects, I don't see why that should be problematic to disclose, which is a different others from those that were party to a discussion. I don't know if you understand the distinction that I'm drawing.
Yes, I had assumed, and perhaps the wrong impression, that both the others are the same people. They had been party to the conversation and some of them had been part of the escorting.
Correct, Advocate.
Yeah, Brigadier, I wouldn't understand why you would have a difficulty with saying who came with Tukudu, with Sergeant Tukudu to your jurisdiction escorting suspects. I wouldn't understand why you can't disclose their names.
Okay. Commissioner Baloyi, to ease everything, I hope they are listening where they are. They will understand that I don't mean bad to mention their names since we are colleagues and friends. Amongst them, I remember there's a warrant officer, Ricoto, and there's Lieutenant Colonel Kalo. Yeah.
My apologies, Khalo,
Yeah.
Khalo.
Yes.
These are the ones that would have come with Tsukudu to your jurisdiction, escorting suspects.
No, Commissioner. Those were the people that we often meet in the Stockfell, and they were there in that Stockfell.
Okay, thank you.
Can we just go to paragraph 29 and 30 of your statement, the
Of my
main
statement.
statement on page 9. You'll see in paragraph 29, you say, a few days later, I attended a social gathering, the Stockfell, with colleagues. But I think where you specifically mention people is the second sentence of paragraph 30, because you then amended it. Originally, it reads as follows. I recalled my earlier conversation with Katiso in which he had asked about bail to an unnamed friend. I then said to Tukudu, without instruction, and then it continues. But when Ms. Bowe asked you, was it only to Tukudu? Then you said it was to Tukudu and the broader group. So in the context of this question, she wants to know, who is this broader group that overheard this conversation? Do I have that correctly, Ms. Bowe?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So this specific conversation in paragraph 30, you mentioned it to Tukudu and who else? Because you amended your statement to read Tukudu and the broader group. That's according to my notes.
Thanks, Commissioner. As I've understood you, it was Warrant Officer Velapi that I can recall of heart, but I can check who are the other names.
Lapis
and-
Rikoto,
Pardon, Commissioner?
you say Velapi, but earlier you had
Oh,
said
sorry.
Rikoto and Carlo. So
Yeah,
now
as Keith, Commissioner Velapi is his first name. It's Warrant Officer Velapi Record. Yes.
Okay. And
sorry, Advocate Paul, I think the second person you said was Colonel Carlo,
Not in this.
not in this conversation.
Yes.
So in this conversation, who was there and who overheard the conversation?
Yeah. I'm saying, Commissioner, this Warrant Officer Velapi that I remember, and then those others, I cannot recall the name out of my head, but I see their pictures. But I can find out quickly and submit them.
and so are we then to understand that Lieutenant Colonel Carlo there is one of the people that was escorting suspects?
No, Advocate
Oh.
Carlo is the one we normally meet. He was there during the conversations at the Stockfell.
He was there at the conversations at the Stockfell?
Yes,
Okay. So it was Warrant Officer Rikoto and Lieutenant Colonel Carlo, as well as Sergeant Suguru.
at the Stockfell, yes.
Those that you can remember.
Yes,
All right. And then it was them that raised this issue of transporting or escorting a suspect in your jurisdiction,
yes,
right? And then you then say you recalled your earlier conversation with Mr. Molefe, in which he was asking you about bail of an unnamed friend. I just trying to understand what triggered your recollection. And maybe to just explain that I'm asking it in the context when I asked you, what about the friend? Remember when you were in the meeting with Mr. Molefe, he said a friend he had mentioned earlier, right? Now, and you then said that he had mentioned his upbringing and friends that he had. But when he broached the subject at the end of your conversation, he had just started with a friend who had been, I have a problem with a friend who had been arrested by you, and I needed to know if the state would oppose bail. Now, it was in those terms. Now you say, when they say, the Officer Tugudu and others, that they had escorted a suspect, you then recall your conversation with Mr. Molefe. What triggers your recollection?
Thanks, Commissioners. What triggered my recollection about that is when they said we were escorting these suspects, where specifically this police officer, Michael Tau, is involved and is one of the suspects. And they were escorting him and the others to the court for bail application.
Okay. Now, earlier, when I asked you about the friend, I even asked specifically if Mr. Molefe had identified the friend as a former police officer. You had indicated not. So, and you said that he said a friend, he didn't give you the name of the friend. So what about them mentioning the transporting of a Michael Tau led you to believe that it was the same person that Mr. Molefe was talking about? And I accept that you say it was in your jurisdiction, but I imagine there are suspects being transported in and out of your jurisdiction.
Thank you very much, Advocate. As I recall, when they started talking about the bail, and Katiso spoke about the bail in your jurisdiction, where you have arrested my friend. Obviously, I'm not arresting many. I'm not involved in many arrest incidents. So I could only think of that one because you will recall, Advocate, that during the arrest of Puletau, I was acting as a district commissioner. And hence, I coordinated the arrest of this particular Tau and company. So I don't normally arrest or coordinate the arrest of those what you call on a day-to-day basis.
Maybe, Brigadier, this is something that I didn't capture. I understood your involvement in the process to have been that once there was an arrest and a case was registered, Gauteng organized crime came before the case was actually assigned to an investigating officer and requested it, and a colonel called you and you gave the authorization. So are you saying that your involvement extended beyond that authorization? Your involvement started earlier with the coordination of the actual arrest?
Thank you, Advocate. That's 100%. When the shooting of Armand Swart took place, the members, including the colonel that I spoke about, attended the crime scene. And as an acting district commissioner, they had to report to me that incident because it's a serious incident. And then when they report to me, I'm duty bound, meaning I'm compelled to coordinate where I can on the arrest of the possible arrest of the suspects concerned. So I was actively involved in guiding them what to do, meaning to mobilize aids. Mobilizing aids, I just simply mean that the experts that will be called to come and assist with the processing of the crime scene. So I was actively involved. I was guiding them what to do up until the arrest of this Michael Puletau. And therefore, when Katiso said, you arrested this friend of mine. And then these ones, they talk about Michael Puletau. It's me who arrested him in a way. So, and they talk about the bail. Obviously, it triggered my mind to say, this is the only case that I can, and this is of a serious nature, and it's a police officer. You can't forget that.
Maybe just to take a step back, just so that we can understand it in the broader timeline. Evidence that has been presented before this commission is that the murder happens in Vereeniging. Just 1 second. There are 3 other crime scenes that are related to the Vereeniging case, which is Bramley, where I think Michael Puleta was arrested there. And those arrests in part were done by Gauteng organized crime. So was it a joint coordination, or they take over from you at some point? I'm asking because this is the first time we're hearing of Vereniging police officers. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies. When I say from inception, I mean when the matter starts, which would have been the day of the arrest.
Yes, after
Okay.
his arrest, yes.
Now, so the only way you link what Mr. Molefe says with what Sergeant Suguru and others were describing is because he says arrest by you in your jurisdiction, and they say, oh, and bail. And then they talking about escorting a suspect in your jurisdiction and bail.
100% advocate.
All right. Now, you then say to them, my brother-in-law asked me whether the state is going to oppose bail, right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Advocate.
Who raised the issue that, oh, my brother-in-law was asking about bail and I didn't want to discuss it. But recall that before we took the lunch adjournment, you had already said to us that you felt uncomfortable. You thought this is why Mr. Molefe wanted to see you, because he wanted assistance in this matter. You shut that conversation down quickly. Now you're at the Stockfell where you're dealing with officers who are transporting the same suspects, and then you raise to them this discussion. Why?
It was just, it just came to my mind during that time, and on a passive note, you know, we usually talk about such things and say, oh, you know, when you're talking about this, my brother-in-law came in and was talking about this. So I thought it just quickly. It triggered my mind at that particular moment in time. I didn't.
Of that conversation with Molefe, you get triggered if that's how it happened, because Mr. Molefe did mention who it was that he was talking about. Otherwise, this account has got holes in it between your meeting with Molefe, who just asked about will the state oppose bail without saying what the case is about, without saying who is involved, only saying in a case that your people arrested my friend, will the state be opposing bail? That conversation doesn't make sense in itself. You know, it has no context. text whatsoever, and you could never give him an intelligent answer. But it gets worse because
Tsugudi and Rikotso Hele start talking about this, about the bail. The word bail, Commissioner, and that this person was arrested by me. It put the name into me, but these friends of mine, I haven't mentioned the name yet, but it happened to be Michael Puleta. And later, it happened to be the very same Puletau who is arrested with the Katis. So
struggling with is that all that Tsukuru says to you SWAT case, or that friend happens to be a police officer, it's someone that I grew up with. I'm struggling with that account.
Perhaps, Brigadier, if we then look at Sergeant Suguru's statement, it will shed some light on why it's difficult to accept that more wasn't said on either occasion, whether it was the meeting with Mr. Molefe or the Stockfell interaction. So if we start at paragraph 3 of Sergeant Suguru's statement.
Please remind him where he is because he had gone back to the
It's-
original statement.
It's the one that we removed from,
I took it back.
oh, you took it back. It
yes.
is the first document under tab 4.
Under
Tab 4.
tab.
Was the unredacted file taken away? A mistake just might happen, and we don't want that.
Is A7.
And please make sure that the one you remove is the unredacted version.
Thank you, Advocate. I'm on Suguru's statement.
All right. Now let's look at paragraph 3 of his statement. Ne?
Okay.
He says there in 2024, though I cannot recall an exact date and time, Brigadier Nkwashu and I were sitting and I could not remember where, but I was on leave. Brigadier Nkwashu mentioned of a murder case that happened in Vereniging, and the case is with our unit. I told him that I know of the case because in one of our SAPS WhatsApp groups, there was an article in regard to the case and that a police officer was arrested in that case. He, meaning you, further told him that the investigating officer of the case is witness B. And he asked me, you asked him if I knew her. I informed Brigadier Nkwashu that I know witness B and I work with her. I'm just going to continue to paragraph 4 as well. Brigadier Nkwashu then informed me that his brother-in-law, though he did not mention his name, says he knows the arrested person and the brother-in-law wanted to know if the state would oppose bail. I then told Brigadier Nkwashu that when I see witness B, I will ask her if the state will oppose bail. On my return to work, I met witness B and I told her that I saw an article in a Vereniging murder case and that she is the investigating officer. Witness B answered me that indeed she is the investigating officer and that the case very sensitive and would not discuss the merits thereof. I then informed witness B that I was with Brigadier Nkwashu over the weekend, who indicated that his brother-in-law wanted to know if the state is opposing bail or if the bail is to be fixed, how much will be the bail? Will be the bail be? Furthermore, I informed her that Brigadier Nkwashu's brother-in-law was willing to pay the bail for the accused person, Buletao. Witness B informed me that she was opposing bail. I then returned informed Brigadier Nkwashu that the state is opposing bail. Now, Brigadier, if you have regard to those 2 paragraphs where he discusses what you told him, there's a number of marked differences between the version that you've put down in your statement and his description of what happens. Correct?
Correct, Advocate.
And you will see there on his account, there's also information that came out of the meeting between you and Mr. Molefe that you don't say you've ever mentioned to anyone. One such example is that Mr. Molefe was willing to pay the bail of the accused. That's something that you mentioned happened in the meeting, but in your recollection of what you said your brother-in-law asked you whether the state was going to oppose bail, and you told him that you don't discuss work. So it's a fact that he knew only because you would have told him. Do you accept that?
I will partially not accept that, Advocate. I will tell you why.
Why? Yes.
From the paragraphs that you read,
Yes.
you realize that my version is saying that I haven't mentioned the name of my brother-in-law. And he went on in his day. I told him that I know of the case in one of our SAPS WhatsApp groups, there was an article regarding that case. Now, and that a police officer was arrested.
Yes.
Now, He further told the investigating officer of the case, which is witness B, and he asked me if I knew her, meaning I asked him
Yes,
if he knew witness B.
yes.
I never asked him. And he already knew about this case from their WhatsApp group. And he went on to say, I told him that the investigating officer is Sergeant Ben. And earlier on, I testified before the commissioners that the docket, when it was taken to the organized crime, it was not having an investigating officer yet. The investigating officer was assigned from the organized crime commander as I related the processes.
Could you indulge us and give us a 5-minute break, please? There's something we'd like
Let's
to
adjourn.
discuss with the evidence leader.
significant difference is that Sergeant Suguru says you are the one that raised the issue related to the Vereniging murder investigation. Can you see that?
Yes, Advocate,
Right? And that you deny that you were the first one.
I deny.
All right. He then says that the case is, you said to him that the case was in their unit, i.e., provincial organized crime.
Correct, Advocate.
And do you deny this as well?
That the case is in
That
there.
you said that?
No, I didn't say that.
But at this time, you did know that the case is indeed there in their
Yes.
unit.
I knew.
And you knew this because?
I knew this because when the scene was finalized, they requested his office, which is organized crime holding, requested the docket. And I remember I said, Advocate, that I authorized the transfer of the docket to the same unit.
So on the day of the murder and the arrests, you knew that it was in his unit.
Correct, Advocate.
Now he says that he then says to you in response, he knows about this case because it was reported in one of the SAP's WhatsApp groups. Do you recall him saying this to you?
No, I don't recall him saying that.
Do you deny that he said this to you?
Yeah, I deny it flatly.
Brigadier, I would expect that if Sergeant Suguru was involved in escorting suspects to your jurisdiction, in the statement he would say so. In this statement, he doesn't say anything about knowing about this case because he had escorted people to your jurisdiction, or in fact, in addition to seeing it in a WhatsApp group that he has escorted the suspects to the jurisdiction. He doesn't say anything like that. And I would expect him in his statement to mention that. Because it is an important fact and that connects him to this case, that tells us how he knows, or that he knows something about this case. But curiously, he doesn't say that, and yet you say that's in fact how your conversation with him started. It is him saying, we came to your jurisdiction escorting suspects.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Baloyi, you'll recall that this conversation was not of a formal nature, and we were sitting at the drinking place, and we were not really discussing it on an official base where we'll have to apply our minds and so forth and so on. I've learned also that Sergeant Suguru was not part of the escorting team, but Warrant Officer Koto and them, they were part, but they were utilizing the vehicle of Warrant Officer Sergeant Suguru. Now, when this conversation was started, we were in the mingle of things, and I'm not disputing that Sergeant Suguru might not have been part of the escorting team, but his team or his colleagues were definitely part, and they are the one who started this conversation, if I recall very well. And I will be accepting the blame if I mistakenly mentioned something that was not said by him, by virtue of us being in a place where it's easy for us to forget such things because of our status of the day
of being in a stock fail?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, can I, in the light of your explanation now, can we then discount Sergeant Suguru as one of the people that said to you or to the group with which you were that they had come to your jurisdiction? Can we discount him?
Thank you. I agree, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Deal with this. To me, a major difference, and this is a material difference between Sergeant Suguru's statement and your statement, is that in paragraph 3 of Sergeant Suguru's statement, this conversation happened before Tau was escorted to his bail hearing. Because you will see that when the conversation continues, it talks about whether the state will be opposing bail and how much that bail will be. So what Sergeant Suguru is talking about in paragraph 3 is a period before Tau is even escorted this issue of the bail. Now that's a major difference because your statement suggests that you had this conversation after Tau had been escorted by Sergeant Suguru's team. That to me is a major and material difference that you need to explain.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Commissioner Kumalo, to explain on that one, I'm also...
Before you explain, do you accept that paragraph 3 deals with the period before Tau is escorted to his bail hearing?
Reading this paragraph
Yes.
3, I agree,
Yes.
Commissioner.
All
I
right.
agree.
If you agree that there's that material difference, then you can explain what you wanted to explain.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I wanted to, having highlighted the difference between my vision and Sergeant Suguru, vision in paragraph 3, having alluded to him saying he further told the investigating officer of the case, and he asked me if I knew her. Meaning, I asked him if he knows her. Commissioner, for me, it does not make sense that the docket left my district without an investigating officer. How had I known that this docket is assigned to this investigating officer? And why would I ask him? Why will I tell him that the investigating officer is so and so? And in paragraph 4, he went on to say he learned about this case. Perhaps let me go to that paragraph, Commissioner. He says,
You're looking for paragraph 3 where he says he learned about it on their WhatsApp group.
oh,
Is that
yes,
what you're looking for?
Commissioner, but when we move on to paragraph 4, it starts with Brigadier Nkwashi then informed me that his brother-in-law, though he did not mention his name, which is corroborating what I said in this one, says he knows the arrested person, and the brother-in-law wanted to know if the state will oppose bail. I then told Brigadier Nkwashi that when I see witness B, I will ask her if the state will oppose bail. On, let's pause a little bit there, commissioners. I then told Brigadier Nkwashi that when I see, I will ask her if the state will oppose bail. He doesn't say I sent him, and because I did not send him. So on my return to work, I met witness B, and I told her that I saw an article in Vereniging Meda case. Meaning, I confirm what the Commissioner Kumalo you're saying, that he already knew about this case because on his return to work and during their conversation on the WhatsApp. So it simply means that when he get back to work, he already knew about this
I
case.
think you are misunderstanding me because you've moved ahead of us and you are dealing with issues that Advocate Power is going to be dealing with. And I don't want to deal with those issues. The focus of my question is this conversation between you and Brigadier Chukudu, sorry, not Brigadier, Sergeant Chukudu. According to him, it's taking place before Tau is escorted for his bail. So the trigger for this conversation could not have been you hearing that somebody was escorted for bail and then you are linking it with the conversation with Katiso Molefe. Because at this stage, according to Sergeant Suguru, nobody has been escorted for bail. That is still to happen in the future. At this stage, you are initiating a conversation before anybody has mentioned that somebody was escorted for bail. That's really my focus. And this is a major difference to me between the two statements. Because on your version, the only reason you mention Katiso Molefe is because somebody tells you that Tau was escorted for bail. And then that triggers your memory as far as the discussion you had with Katiso Molefe is concerned. Now, this sergeant here says, before Tau was escorted, because the escorting you'll see comes much later in paragraph 4, and Advocate Poe is going to be dealing with that. So to me, this is a major difference, and one of you is not telling the truth. Either Sergeant Suguru is not telling the truth, or you are not telling the truth.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I'm telling the truth. For a fact, I'm telling the truth, Commissioner Kumalo. And to support my statement, I got to know, Commissioner Kumalo, that this escort, which was made, that we were talking to, was not for the first time. I get to know that the bail application or the court hearing for the bail application was not done on one day. So meaning the escort started from the time when they were arrested and they were escorted to my area. And then they were also escorted to court. And they did not go on one day for the bail application. So there could be some contradiction in there because really, Commissioner Kumalo, we were talking in the drinking area. But all I remember, I might not remember the facts 100%, but all I remember, Commissioner Kumalo, is that the escort was not held once. And the day we met, definitely I want to say that this conversation was not started by me. And they talked about having come to visit to check me in my office, only to find that I was unavailable. And I wouldn't have, and during the conversation, he acknowledged, Sergeant Suguru, that yes, they were using my state vehicle, but me, during that time, when they came there, I was on leave.
Yes, I think you Now, for the first time, you are mentioning the two escorts, but even your statement, the focus was on one escort. Now, let me ask you one question and then hand over to my co-commissioners. Between the date of your first meeting with Katiso Molefe in June 2024 and this discussion with Sergeant Suguru, how many escorts of Officer Tau had taken place? Because if it's an escort that happened before you met Katiso Molefe, it's irrelevant to this discussion. So between June 2024 and this stock fell, or this meeting that you had with Sergeant Suguru, how many times had thou been escorted to Vereeniging and back?
I really don't have the number of times recorded somewhere, Commissioner Kumalo. However, I can safely say that it was more than 2 escorts because I was the one who was arranging the TRT, the technical response team, to accompany them to escort those Tau and them suspects to prison, to court, and it happened more than 2 times. That I can confirm.
Can I ask you to do this? It's going to be very important as we continue. When you are asked a question, only answer that question that is being asked. Otherwise, you'll end up talking about paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, and we are not there yet. So try to limit your answer to the question that is asked. If you need to clarify or explain, you can ask the chair for permission to clarify.
Thank you.
But
Chair.
for the purposes of our discussion, try to limit your answer to the question.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kumalo, just to say that this was Tau's second bite at the bail. So there was an initial bail that was denied, and then he sought to bring a second based on new circumstances. And in Sergeant Belle's, in one of the witnesses' testimonies, it was explained that the interaction or the attempt to intervene happened as it related to the second bail application, for what it's worth.
It still doesn't help me because if the first bail application was before June 2024, then that's before the Katiso Molefe discussion, and it can be what is being referred to in the statement. That was really my point.
I accept. All I can do is point out, if you go to page 36 of tab 3, at paragraph 75, you'll see there the explanation that it's not even explained properly, but that there were several appearances before it was eventually heard. So just to say that they may have been they were appearances before it was eventually heard.
It's because it looks like the new fact one was brought on the 1st of August 2024.
No, it was eventually heard on that day,
Eventually
but
heard,
there was a couple of appearances before that.
All right.
Brigadier, we're going through the differences, and in the course of your engagement with Commissioner Kumalo, I think you tried to deal with this one where the second last sentence, where Sergeant Suguru says that you told him that witness B was investigating the case and asked if he knew her. So that, right? And you say that is not possible, correct? Because you didn't know who the investigating officer was.
Correct, Advocate.
And then can I ask, remember when you explained the registration of the docket and movement? That system where you can check the movement of the docket is accessible to you.
Yes, it is accessible to me.
So if you open it, you would be able to see who the investigating officer is.
Yes, Advocate.
So are you saying that since the docket was placed with Gauteng organized crime, you've never checked the system?
No, I never checked this, the system, Advocate.
So you didn't know?
I didn't know and I had no reason. And Advocate, if what I'm submitting to the commission is perceived to be wrong, you can be able to get to the system and check. Once you log into the system, the record will be there that in 2024 June, you logged into the system.
So you are saying that every time anyone logs into the system to check, there's a recorder of that?
Yes.
And so we would be able to check.
Pardon, Advocate?
And so we would be able to see if you've logged on between a
Yes.
particular period. All right. But you don't deny that if you were to look, you would have known who the
No,
investigating
I don't
officers
deny
were.
it.
All right.
So are you continuing on this
On this,
theme? Carry on and then.
and so you're also denying that you asked him.
I deny, Advocate.
All right. And then he then says he informed you that he knows witness B and works with her. So this part of the conversation also didn't occur, where he says, I know her, I work with her.
No.
And then if you move on to paragraph 4,
Maybe before you do that, let me ask the question. Brigadier, remember the earlier conversation about the docket, even though it's been transferred to organized crime, it remains your docket. What in fact does it mean that it remains your docket? And specifically what what I'm trying to find out is to keep track of that docket as your docket. What in fact does it mean practically? What can you do? What can you not do? What can you phone and ask? What is the status? What is the latest update? Because it's your docket. Can you not ask for information relating to that docket?
Thank you, Commissioner Balu. Indeed, the docket, as I alluded earlier on, remain the station of origin. Like you remember, Commissioner Kumalo assisted us that the previous witnesses said that when the docket has been registered at Station A, this one was in Station Vereeniging, for an example, it remained the accountability of the commanders in Vereeniging. So, however, when it is assigned in the system to investigating officer A or B, when I want to transact to log into the system and update the system of what is happening in the investigation, I will not be able to do that because the system recognizes the person who is responsible for that particular docket as the investigating officer, who has gotten access to the contents of the docket. And you will not be able to access anything in the docket, but you can be able to get into the system to check who is this docket assigned to, and you can only end up there.
That's one part of it. It answers. It's part of the answer that I'm looking for. But more specifically, can you now that the docket is transferred to this organized crime unit, provincial, can you phone up somebody and ask, what is the status? What is happening in that matter? What I'm asking, or where I'm coming from is the SWAT family, they want to know, let's say, from you, because it's your docket. The matter is reported at your station. They have no dealings with organized crime. They come to you and they want to know, there's no movement in this matter, right? We want to know what's going on. What are you able to do to get information about what's happening in this docket? As the owner of the docket and the only person that they can approach to get answers from.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll answer that in two approach. First one, systematically, as the owner of that particular docket initial, you are able to log into the system. And when you log into the system, you put the case number. You will be able to see the status update. The status update talks to what is the latest investigation done in the case. You'll be able to see that. For an example, a case has appeared in court yesterday, and the matter has been postponed to December next year. You will be able to see that. But the real contents of the investigation, you will never be able to access. You will not be able to see what the statements attached to the docket are saying. And then on the second approach, Commissioner Paloi, yes, when you receive a complaint as the owner of the docket, and you need to update the complainant or the victim, and meanwhile the docket is investigated outside of your station, you open a file. When you open a file, we call it a complaint against the police. And then you assign an investigating officer. And then you say to the investigating officer of the complaint now. That's why it's a file, it's not a docket. Then the investigating officer of that particular file, which we are assigned to commissioned officers, will go to the investigating officer concerned and ask that particular investigating officer concerned as to why are you not giving progress to the complainant.
Right. I guess maybe it's my fault. I didn't quite explain properly what I wanted to find out. There's the way of getting into the system. You say you could log in and it will tell us who logged in when. And through that system, you'll be able to find out who is the investigating officer if you went onto the system. And I accept when you say, but you can't get any more than certain basic information. The question that I was asking was, the fact that the docket has moved to organized crime, does it prevent you, Brigadier Nkwashu, does it prevent you calling somebody, whether at organized crime or somebody else, and asking who is the investigating officer in this matter, for whatever reason? Maybe because you want to know why is the matter not progressing, for whatever reason. But the focus of my question is, the fact that the docket is no longer with you, does it mean you are precluded in the way things work? Are you precluded from asking who is the investigating officer in this matter and asking whoever is the right person to ask?
No,
Okay.
not precluded.
So it's information you could get if you
Yes.
wanted to get.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
And then, Brigadier, let's move to paragraph 4. And then there, paragraph 4, this is where your two statements match. And that is, you informed Sergeant Suguru that your brother-in-law, and didn't mention a name, knows the arrested person and wants to know if the state would oppose bail. So that you confirm.
Correct, Advocate.
Now, Sergeant Suguru goes on to say that he informed you that when he sees witness B, he will ask her if the state will oppose bail.
He never informed me.
He
Advocate.
never informed you.
No.
And he then goes on to explain that on his return to work, he did have a conversation with witness B, and told her about an article that he has seen. He then says that witness B declined to talk about the matter and said it was very sensitive. He then informed witness B that you, over the weekend, had indicated that your brother-in-law wanted to know if the state is opposing bail or if the bail is to be fixed and how much would it be, and further, that your brother-in-law was willing to pay the bail of the accused. So you deny all of that?
I deny, Advocate, and just to remind you that what I earlier said in my initial evidence, that I know what is the processes of granting bail. So I wouldn't have gone to the sergeant to ask, will the state oppose bail or how much will be the bail? Because it's not the sergeant or the investigating officer that is allocating bail.
But,
But-
but Brigadier, surely you know that the presiding officer would not have much to work on if they do not have information from the investigating officer or whoever else may assist. And you know that what's usually placed before the investigating officer are either affidavits or testimony in the witness stand. And then that assists the presiding officer to decide whether to grant or refuse bail. Now, if, for example, an investigating officer, whether on their own or as a result of influence by others, decide not to oppose bail, that may go a long way towards influencing the decision to be one that actually grants bail when it ought not to have been. I'm not saying that that will happen automatically, but I'm saying it may well have that effect. So I don't think it assists for you to say, it's the presiding officer that grants bail. That doesn't say much.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair. I agree with what you are saying. However, Commissioner, it is it will be very much I don't know how can I put it. I'll be out of my mind in the absence of the relevant term that I can use to suggest that the investigating officer will know, even if she could have an influence, Commissioner, towards the granting of the bail. But to an extent that I go and say, go and ask how much will be the bail, is really unforeseen of a person of at my level, Commissioner. I really can't say that. It does not suit my profile.
I think what the chairperson is engaging on you on is your answer suggests that the police and specifically the investigating officer is completely irrelevant to the question of bail. And the chasing, but that's not, in reality, that's not how it works. The investigating officer gets to express a view on bail. They don't make the decision, but they do get to express a view. And the way you've been dealing with this question since you started testifying is you're creating the impression that the police and investigating officers in particular are irrelevant to the question. That's a matter for the court to deal with, for the presiding officer, and nobody else matters. And that's an incorrect, description of what happens when bail applications are brought. And I wanted to suggest much earlier that when Mr. Molefe speaks to you, he's speaking to you as a police officer to ask about the police attitude towards bail. There will be the prosecutor's attitude towards bail, and eventually the magistrate will make a decision. But it's not an accurate reflection of what happens when you say, we have nothing to do with it. It's the magistrate and that's it, or the court and that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Commissioner, I hear what you're saying. And my response towards that is back to what I said earlier on, really, because I know I'm accepting that, yes, the investigating officer can have an influence, can have a word, will be assisting in the granting of the bail and so forth. However, Commissioner, I would have known if I intended to assist my brother-in-law with this bail. I would have told him from the onset that, Swara, even if bail is not going to be opposed, we will not be in a position to know when the bail is granted, how much will it be? Secondly, this is a Schedule 6 offense, Commissioner. You can't start having to, ask an investigating officer not to oppose bail because it's a Schedule 6 offense. It's a very serious offense. This incident, it happened in aggravating circumstances.
But a corrupt police official could do that. I'm not saying that you are. But you appear to be proceeding from the premise that there are no corrupt police officers out there who could do something like that. I know, of course, you are testifying with regard to yourself, but the reality is that there are corrupt officers, and corrupt officers could act in that manner. That is, in a manner where they would not oppose bail when they ought to. So basically, your answer is, I'm not one of those, and I would never ever do that. Is that your answer? You've already accepted what Commissioner Baloy and I posited to you. You've accepted that. So basically, what you are doing now is to say, I'm not a corrupt police officer and I would never do that. Am I summarizing what you are saying correctly?
100%, Commissioner Chair. I am not a corrupt officer and I'll never do that. And Commissioner, in real, if I wanted to do that, I would have rather approached the magistrate handling that case. I'm in a position where I'm working with the magistrate in that area, And perhaps I will have even gone to a prosecutor.
Approach a magistrate in open court or,
No, if I was corrupt,
or with a
if
brown
I was
envelope?
corrupt, yes. Yes, I will do it anyhow, but not straightforward.
All right then.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Brigadier, but you do accept that there are various points of entry when you are trying to influence the process. In your statement, you did list that it is the prosecutor, the magistrate, and the investigating officer.
Yes, Advocate, I do accept there are corrupt police officers who will use any means and ways to get it their way, but not an experienced cop like me. Doing it that way, that was too low for me.
All right, Brigadier, and then Sergeant Suguru then also said something about your brother-in-law being willing to pay for the bail of the accused. So you denied all of that, but how would he know this part?
I also want to know, how did he know that my brother-in-law is willing to pay that bail equally to how much is going to be affixed? I also want to know, Commissioners.
But you accept that it is odd that he would know this particular detail, given that that's something that only Mr. Molefe told you.
Yes, it is odd, Commissioner.
And then,
I think the right word is it's a coincidence, not odd. It would be a strange coincidence that Mr. Molefe said to you he's prepared to pay bail, and Sergeant Suguru repeats that. If he didn't hear it from you, and I'm not. It's not clear to me why, considering that Mr. Molefe said it to you, that he's prepared to pay bail, why you would deny when you're admitting that you did say your brother-in-law asked about whether the state would oppose bail. I don't see the harm in you admitting that I did complete that conversation with Molefe to Suguru by saying, my brother-in-law said he's prepared to pay bail. I mean, it would make sense to me that you would have conveyed all of that line of communication. And you're denying that you mentioned that. Then the coincidence in the versions that you say, I never told him that Molefe is prepared to pay bail, or my brother-in-law is prepared to pay bail, and yet Mr. Molefe told you that. It's a strange coincidence that he would know that.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. Let me take the commissioners back to my earlier submission that commissioners, I'm not perfect. I'm not a saint either. And we were discussing this passively in a drinking place. And I don't, I'm accepting that I may not remember vividly everything that we discussed there, but I don't remember me saying all those things to the sergeant. I did not send him. I did not remember me sending him and talking about those. Perhaps if I touch base,
What the Brigadier has said is, if he did touch base, he didn't hear himself saying it. I'm actually making a different point. I'm not talking about you sending him. We are not there yet. I was just addressing that Mr. Molefe says to you, he asks whether the state would oppose bail. You say that happened. And Sergeant Suguru said you mentioned that, so there's no dispute there. But we also know from you that Mr. Molefe said to you that he's prepared to pay bail, to the bail money for his friend. And then Sergeant Suguru says in the statement that you mentioned that your brother-in-law is prepared to pay bail. And what I'm saying is, I don't see harm, and it's, in fact, I think it's probable that's how it happened. You did explain the context. You're in a Stockville. You're having this casual conversation, you say to us. And in that casual conversation that you are having, it's more likely than not that when you mention that your brother-in-law asked whether the state would oppose bail, it's likely that you would have said, and he said he would be prepared to pay bail, even if that's all you say, and that would explain why Sergeant Suguru knows that part, that your brother-in-law said he's prepared to pay bail. It would explain it, that it came from you, and it came in the context that you are explaining to us.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. I accept.
Brigadier, then Sergeant Suguru comes back and says, witness B informed him that she was opposing bail, and then he returns this information to you. He relays this information to you. Do you deny that happened?
Yes, I deny it.
Before dealing with the second time that Sergeant Suguru goes back to witness B, my question is, it is quite an elaborate scheme, if it is one, that Sergeant Suguru has put here. It's a detailed conversation that has elements that match with yours, but if this never happened, i.e. you never sent him, why would he concoct this sort of story?
That is what I also want to find out. Why did he concoct this story? But as I was dipping and waking up with this matter, many things come to my mind. So, Suguru is my longtime friend, and with others, and go to Stockholm together and do many things together. And obviously, I'm his senior by far. And earlier on, I accepted that he's doing me favors, I'm doing him favors, be it official or otherwise. Perhaps, I'm not saying this is how it happened, but I'm just thinking on my own. Perhaps he thought he's doing a friend a favor. I don't know. He wanted to do me a favor because all what I record is when he said, but Brigadier, you say this is your brother-in-law. Then I said, yes, he's my brother-in-law, but I stopped him in his tracks. So I'm just deducting, like thumbing, as to why would he go that far? Perhaps, and I come up amongst other thinkings that perhaps he was just trying to do a friend a favor.
Brigadier, why would he want to do you that favor when you made it clear to them that you do not discuss work with other people? And in fact, you said to them, you would not act on it. He's, like you said, he's your longtime friend. And you've made it clear to them that you told them you don't discuss work and you don't do this. And you even said in that conversation, in that exchange, someone said, but Brigadier, why don't you? And you at that moment even shut it down and you said, me, no, I don't do that. So why would that be a favor for a friend who has expressed that they do not want to engage in that?
Yes, commissioners, all I'm saying is not a fact. I'm not saying that is what was in his mind. I'm just, scrambling around to think, this could be the possibility that crossed my mind, but I'm not saying that was the fact.
Is there a possibility that you were not as assertive about your reluctance to intervene? And this is why he felt that he could help you in this manner?
There were many possibilities. I'll say yes. There
Or,
could be a possibility.
or worse is the possibility not that you actually did ask for the favor.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Chair.
I'm saying, or worse still, is the other possibility that you actually did ask for the favor from Sergeant Suguru, which is why you are not able to explain what happened or what he did or what he says he did.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. I'm not really understanding that statement.
Yes, yes.
I really.
You disagree? No, you are free. Feel free. Don't be, don't be hesitant in your response. Tell me to my face that you disagree.
No, it's not a matter of disagreeing. I just really.
Oh, you don't follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Powe suggested a possibility to you as to what may have happened. And if I remember well, I think Ms. Powe said you may not have been assertive enough in indicating that you would not be willing to engage in what is being alleged. And in fact, that you had said to Mr. Mulife, I do not talk about work. And you repeat that when you are talking to the people you are with at the stock fair. So Ms. Powe, if I understood her correctly, says, when you said that perhaps you were not, the possibility is that you were not assertive enough, which is why, despite you having repeated this to those you are with at the stock fair, Sergeant Suguru would still have gone ahead and made this inquiry from witness B. And once he got a response, have then come back to you and given you that response. So that's the possibility that Ms. Powe is suggesting to you. I'm saying, worse still, another possibility is that you may actually have made the request to Sergeant Suguru. Sergeant Suguru, please go to witness B and make these inquiries on my behalf with regard to the question of bail. So that's the other possibility I'm suggesting to you, which is harsher than what Ms. Powe suggested. Do you follow me now?
Now I follow you, Commissioner. Thanks very much.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner, I could have not been assertive enough, and in simple English, I would say.
We are
Perhaps.
past that. That's the possibility that was suggested by Ms. Powe, and I think you responded. Now I'm putting to you, or I'm suggesting to you, another possibility. So please respond to the second possibility that I'm suggesting to you.
I don't think, Commissioner, it could have gone to that an extent after having told them that I don't, I told my brother-in-law that I don't discuss my cases with the civilian. And my work is off limits. I would have gone to tell, even if I'm so cut, I don't remember me having done a mistake of that nature to say, I instruct you to go and do this and this and this, Commissioner. And another thing, Commissioner, I believe that you will know that we're talking about the sergeant here. And the sergeant is not an entry-level rank in the police. I believe that he's more than 20 years of service. And as a sergeant, he should have known.
It's a friend doing a friend a favor.
That one I
Brigadier.
take, Commissioner.
Yes,
That one
yes.
I take, but I couldn't have given him that instruction like that, General Commissioner, I'm sorry. And even if it's Lambert during the conversation, which was, during the enjoying ourselves, I don't think I could have gone to that far, Commissioner. And I can take only that one that he could have done that by thinking that he's doing me a favor. And of course, he knows I'll always look after him if he is looking after me.
I must say at this stage, there are lots of probabilities that point in the opposite direction, but I hope Ms. Powe will take us through those, and we too will probably come in. There are lots of probabilities that point in the opposite direction.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Powe.
Brigadier, on this very point, this time I don't want to suggest it to you, but I want to put it to you that it's more probable that the conversation, if you look at the scheme of your version and Sergeant Suguru's version, it's more probable that you discussed far more with Mr. Molefe about this matter than you care to tell us. And whether it was an instruction or simply a suggestion between friends, that it's more likely that you told or asked or hinted to Sergeant Suguru to get information about the bail proceedings from witness B, and that it would make sense for him to be the one who does it because the two of them are in the same unit. You would have always had access to who the investigating officer is by virtue of your system. That system, you can even ask a subordinate to check for you. So it's not always true that we would only attain that information by checking your record. And that is after this that Sergeant Suguru approaches witness B. What would be your comment to that?
I don't have a comment, Advocate, since you said you're putting it to me.
It's your opportunity to deny.
Like I said earlier on to the commission, that we were in a drinking space, enjoying ourselves. I don't deny 100% that I could have, said more to what is captured, but I really don't remember, and I don't think of me having to lose it to that an extent. Tell this sergeant to go and do that, I really don't think I can go that far, Advocate.
In his statement, and maybe in fairness to you, Sergeant Suguru doesn't say you instructed him. He doesn't say that. What he says is you informed him that your brother-in-law says he knows the arrested person, and the brother-in-law wanted to know if the state will oppose bail, right? That's what he says. You mentioned that. And all of that which I have read now is exactly your conversation. What you say was your conversation with Mr. Molefe. So he says then that, and then he says, and this is where you seem to be disputing, He says, I then told Brigadier Nkwashu that when I see witness B, I will ask if the state will oppose bail. That's as far as he goes. Now, it seems to me that if you did say to him, your brother-in-law asked if the state will oppose bail, and or that, or in addition to that, whether or not in addition to that you said you'll be prepared to pay bail, and that's all you said, it's not improbable that Sergeant Suguru would then say, I'll ask witness B what the attitude is. And then he went, without you saying, go ask witness B, if you did not say that, but just how you conversed, he may well have read it to mean, well, you're not sending him, but he would like to come back to you with an answer. But you said it for a reason, you know, you wanted, you were expressing what your brother-in-law has said, and it may not be that you were signaling to him who is in the same unit as witness B to check what is the position, what is the attitude of the state. It's not improbable that it happened that way.
I agree, Commissioner.
Then, Brigadier, let's then move on to what he says in paragraph 5.
There's something in the last sentence of paragraph 4, which I think we are missing. Can we please deal with that?
Yes, Brigadier, you'll see in the last sentence, Sergeant Suguru then says, I informed Brigadier Nkwashu that the state is opposing bail. Do you recall Sergeant Suguru ever coming to you to tell you this?
No.
And maybe just for completeness, do you deny that it happened? Because there's a difference between whether you remember or whether you say it didn't happen at all.
I don't remember, Advocate.
So you don't remember, not that it didn't happen.
No, I don't remember.
And then, given the significance of this issue and what you had gone through, I mean, you had a meeting with your brother-in-law. If he did come back, you wouldn't remember. If he did come back to you, you wouldn't remember.
If he came back to give me that answer,
Yes.
I think I was gonna remember. Not unless again we meet in a stock fair and they talk about it. But if he came back to me to give me an answer, I think I would remember, commissioners.
Okay. And then I can't recall if I read paragraph 5. But at paragraph 5, he deals with what happens later on. He says, after some few days, Brigadier Nkwashu informed me that his brother-in-law told him Warrant Officer Tau was granted bail, and that the family says I should say thank you to witness B for granting him bail. Following that, when I met witness B, I told her that Brigadier asked me to pass the message to say the brother-in-law and the family say thank you for granting Warrant Officer Tau bail. And her response was that it was not her who granted Warrant Officer Tau bail, but the court. Furthermore, witness B had informed me that this case is very sensitive and that I should not talk to anyone about it. I do not recall that the last time I interacted with witness B was the time she asked me to assist her for another matter which she was handling in Witboiki, though I do not know the merits of that case. You see that?
Yes, Advocate.
Now, let's take it step by step. Did you inform Sergeant Suguru that Warrant Officer Tau had been granted bail?
No,
Do you dispute it, not that you don't recall if you did?
pardon?
Do you dispute it or do you not recall?
I dispute it.
So even in a social context, you've never mentioned this to him.
No,
He then says that you conveyed to him that he should thank witness B for granting him bail. Did that occur?
commissioners, let's for 1 second take it a little bit back. Sergeant Suguru says he informed me that witness B said she was opposing bail,
Yes.
and she is not the one who assisted Warrant Officer Tau to get the bail. Now, why would I then send Sergeant Suguru to go say thank you after him giving me a feedback that she is not able to assist us, or she is opposing bail and therefore she's not assisting us or budging to, if I send him to go and look for the possibility of her influencing the presiding officer. Why would then I send Sergeant Suguru to say thank you? Thank you for what?
Brigadier, but you're talking about 3 different conversations, and that's what I wanted to put to you. If you look at where paragraph 4 starts, and
Yes,
it's
Commissioner.
related to 3. So this is the first conversation before the bail hearing, because this is where, according to Sergeant Suguru, you are having the discussion about what your brother-in-law says. He then says he went to speak to witness B. And the feedback he received from witness B is that the state will be opposing bail. So that's the feedback. But then the matter goes to court and Tau is granted bail. After Tau is granted bail, this is now the 3rd occasion you having the conversation with Suguru. That's when you then say to Suguru, the family is grateful. So this is not a single incident or 2 incidents, it's 3 different incidents. So you cannot relate 2 to 3 because they are completely different. They're not the same event on the same day. Before the bail hearing, witness B told Suguru that the state is opposing bail. Bail is then granted the following week, at which point you then convey to Suguru that the family is grateful. So the message must be sent to witness B. That's why the dates were important to me, because you had the meeting with Katiso Molefe at the end of June 2024. This meeting you have with Suguru is on Saturday, 27 July 2024. Suguru then approaches witness B on Tuesday, the 30th of July 2024. And as I understand, the bail hearing happens in the first week of August. So there is that sequence which you must take into account. You cannot say these things all happened at the same time. So your logic that you could not have thanked or you could not have conveyed the family's gratitude, it doesn't add up when you consider that these were separate incidents. It's not as if witness B had said, I will be opposing bail, I do not grant bail. That's the feedback she gives to Suguru after Suguru had conveyed to her that the family is grateful. So do you understand?
Commissioner, not really. What I'm understanding is that there is a sequence of events. However, during those sequence of events, Suguru is alleging that he came and updated me. And now, the first update was that, according to Suguru, witness B said she is not able to assist me or my brother-in-law in not opposing bail.
No, this is exactly what I'm saying you are getting wrong. The first update is the last sentence of paragraph 4, where Tshukudu comes back and says, the state is opposing bail. So that's what you are told, that the state is opposing bail. That's not the feedback where witness B says, I can't help you, that's the magistrate. They are not before the magistrate yet, so witness B can't say that during that update. Witness B reacts to the gratitude being extended to her, that thank you for ensuring that Tau got bail. Witness B then says, I had nothing to do with it. That was the decision of the magistrate. And that's where I think you are getting confused, because you are assuming that she said that before the hearing. Because if she had said that before the hearing, it would make sense that you would have nothing to thank her for, or the family would have nothing to thank her for. So I think that's the part you are missing, and I wanted to clarify.
Okay, Commissioner, I hear what you say, although I'm not sure if I am with you. I'm understanding wholly what you say, but if I'm understanding you well, on the first response, which talks to the last sentence of paragraph 4, which reads that I then returned informed Brigadier Nkwashu that the state is opposing bail. I find it sinister that I knew that the state is opposing bail.
But you don't know that on the date of the hearing, it was opposed. That's my point. The feedback is that the
yes.
state will be opposing.
Yes.
It may be that when it goes to the hearing, the position is different, because when you see bail being granted, you are thankful that, oh, maybe it was granted because they did not resist the application, and that's what you are grateful for. So there's no contradiction there. And that's the point I think you are missing, because you are assuming here that the opposition has already happened when you get the first feedback, and that's not the case.
Commissioner Kumalo, if I'm understanding you well, my understanding was that this was not the first court appearance. So, in the first appearance, obviously it's a Schedule 6 offense. The bail was opposed. The bail should be opposed, and it was opposed. And definitely I know that. Now, the conversation between me and Suguru, it is an allegation that I sent him to go test waters if she's not going to be difficult or oppose bail. But I already know that the bail has been opposed in the first appearance. Now, why would I send Suguru to go and try and soften this investigating officer by saying that, please, you must not oppose bail. Already the bail has been opposed, and
No.
I know.
Brigadier, you could make the same argument for Katiso Molefe to say, when they went for bail in April, he knew that the state was opposing. So why would he, at the end of June, be asking if the state would be opposing? It is the same point. This was a new bail application on new facts. And if I remember correctly, it had to do with Mr. Dow's diabetic condition. And those were the new facts that were going to be placed before the court to say, these are now new exceptional circumstances. And those would have required new opposition if necessary. So that's the context of the discussion. It has nothing to do with whether in April, when he was first arrested, there was opposition to his bail application. That's why I said the dates are important. And you must focus on, after the discussion with Dow, what really happened between those 4 weeks, because it's really a 4-week period between end of June and end of July.
Thanks, Commissioner. I did not know that information. I was not aware, but having explained to me now is clear.
Yes.
What you are saying. Thanks, Commissioner. I didn't know. I didn't know that there were new facts.
Let us adjourn and resume at past. And may we just quickly see council outside, please.